Thank you for calling. I'm Kate, I'm a hobbyist game developer slash VTuber. And yeah, we're going to be doing some game dev today. It's a Sunday. I don't usually do game dev on a Sunday. However, we were originally supposed to be doing Metal Gear Solid with Olivia today. However, her router is having issues, and she may not have internet today. So that sucks. That's unfortunate. It do feel like that. Anyways, I wish I could mark this as unread, because I should not have spelled that. Oh well. So, we're doing game dev today. I think we haven't gotten anybody else in chat right now. Oh, actually, I do need to set the project. Set project. Toaster, gun. Info. And, on systems for loot pools. And other small items. That is generally what we're going to be going for today. What else did I get to? But yeah, so, we're working on Toaster Gun today, obviously. I did get some stuff done. Friday, was it, that I worked on it, I think? It was like Thursday, I think I took a break, and then Friday, I did dev. I think we also did dev on stream last week. And yeah, you can see I got this, particle effect. I've actually got a couple of particle effects. I've also got, this burst of particles that happens when you actually pick up the, or use the ration. It does have its own trail, which, by the way, I have some serious issues with Unity's trail system. I might need to look into rolling my own solution to make it not so terrible. Anyways, so that being said, let's figure out some stuff. So, basically the things that I've actually gotten working is now I can go into the game, I can walk into this room, I'm gonna go ahead and fight this guy. I do lose some health because he did not move. And it does actually attract to me. Now, I don't think I'm actually going to make rations attract to the player in the actual full game. However, I just wanted to test that behavior method because that is going to be something that is done for money and core charge orbs, which are going to be using the same object code, I believe. Just to kind of combine them together, because they are all going to act pretty similar to each other. But actually, so this is actually not just small items this is going to be used for. So let me actually go ahead and get the code open. So item ration is basically, while it is the, what's the word I'm looking for? While it is the sort of identity component. This is Unity 6. Yeah, it is in fact Unity 6. Well, this is the sort of identity component of this object, which, by the way, that is, I'm assuming, I have a feeling that you're saying that because of my use of audio resource. And yeah, that's a pretty neat addition. Even though it's half undocumented, the audio resource system is half undocumented, which is really sad. And it only has a handful of improvements over something I would probably roll myself. I mean, Sega Purple Penitas, how are you doing? It only has a couple of advantages over something I would have to roll myself, and that would mostly be the fact that it is kind of integrated into Unity already on its own, and I can just shove it into a audio source and it will work right away. I don't have to do any other setup myself. However, it does still have limitations. It is not something I can set up to affect the values of it via script, as far as I can tell. It is entirely just for like a predefined set of sounds that plays with a set of pitch ranges and a set of volumes. It is, randomization of a couple of sounds, randomization of pitch, and randomization of volumes. Or I don't even have to randomize it. I could actually just set it up with the same pitch, and just use that to automatically play sounds with that pitch. Now, it does have some limitations. It cannot be used with a play one shot, which does make me think that it's possible that it might still not do what I was hoping it would do, which is randomize the pitch without affecting currently playing sounds. I'm not entirely sure if it works with that, and I'd actually have to check it out to see whether or not it does. However, I have kind of actually set it up in a way that even if that was a problem, it won't be a problem because I've created a disposable audio player. It's a pretty fab that I've now actually implemented it within GameSpawn Handler. Now has its own public static play disposable audio. So I'll need to replace a couple of other places in which I've made the disposable audio thing within the object's own script. I'll need to replace those. But I've got the system for it here already. I can either attach it to a transform, or I can simply spawn it at a position. And then it is set up such that the disposable audio object will play the audio resource that's been assigned, and then as soon as the audio resource is done playing, it will destroy itself. And like I said, I do need to kind of go around. There's a couple other instances using the disposable audio source that is not using that new static method, and I do want to change those. I might as well. So player weapon holder over here has it. Serialized field, disposable audio source, disposable audio prefab. This needs... I'm actually just going to... Instead of doing this... Actually, I will just kind of delete it, I think. I'm going to comment it out. That's going to cause some errors. There it is, down here. To the play audio from muzzle. So then, instead of doing this, we simply run. So we're using muzzle attachment, and we do want it to instantiate on the muzzle attachment itself. We'll run game spawn handler, play disposable audio resource, and the transform will be... I've already forgotten what it is. It was muzzle attachment. That will attach it to the muzzle. This sort of reusable muzzle transform system is something that I'm kind of reusing or reworking from Jack Schmidt. The idea being that if you have the gun play the sound, and then you switch weapons, and generally speaking, the way that we switch weapons is to disable the entire game object. Well, that will disable the audio sources, which causes Unity to tell those audio sources to pause and /or stop. So, in order to fix that, we use one object that gets, replaced onto the other weapon game object whenever we switch weapons. And that's how that's handled. don't actually need this audio resource part. We could actually add some parameters for whatchamacallit. Maybe we don't necessarily have to. I think it'll handle itself just fine doing it like this. Yes, we'll do that. And then I think there is one other instance in which we do that. Which you could probably find out by going to disposal audio source and see what references we have to this. Damaged sound handler, which is a scriptable object. I'm going to get rid of this, and somewhere in the code, it's going to give an error. Here we go. Yeah, so you just replace this instantiate. The resource being damaged sound.clip. I'm just gonna duplicate this so that I can kind of see this. So I'm gonna do game spawn handler, play disposable audio using damage sound dot clip attached to transform. Then I don't need to set the resource there. Let's do that. Cool. Gotta go back to disposal audio source and make sure that's using that. Game spawn handler is allowed to reference that way. Yes, that is specifically gonna be. Also, I found this out recently. Was this, did I find this out before or after last stream? Did I find this out before or after last stream? April 2nd was Wednesday. I think I did Gamedev stream Wednesday. So I think I did find this out then. Maybe. And that's that, when I do one of these, get private set, parameters or whatever, I can actually specify field, serialized field, in order to actually serialize the private side of this, parameter. So I can actually access that in Inspector. Instead of having to write this nonsense. I could actually simplify this down if I wanted to. Comma, however, I would have to like refactor that, and also Unity might lose this reference unless I did. I think it's called previously serialized as attribute. And that'd just be like a waste of space, I think. Well, I don't know. I could start just refactoring these. Out of curiosity, can I serialize a read-only field? And can I set a property to be read-only? Because that would kind of be the one reason in which I would want to kind of keep it in this way. I am curious. Unity serialize read-only. Unity can't serialize read-only fields. Read-only fields. Can only be set in either the object initializer or the constructor of the class. Unity's serialization sets the data for serialized fields after initialization and construction, but before the awake call. Fortunately, that's too late for read-only fields, so it is unlikely that read-only fields will ever be serializable by Unity. Understandable. In that case, there is no real reason to keep it this way then. So I was thinking, like, you know, oh, I could make this, I could make this field of it read-only. That makes sense, but actually Unity can't serialize read-only. So there is actually, I could just set this up. And this is actually just the one, there should only ever be one GameSpawn handler object anyways. And that means that we only have to fix this once. So I can simply do field serialize field, and then duplicate this, place it here. And then I'm going to run this as get private set. And then I'm also going to run, right above it, field. I think actually I need Unity Engine dot serialization. Formerly serialized as. String old name will be just the lowercase version of this. Yes, it's case sensitive, unknowingly. That's why I've got to do that. Which I'm now realizing is pointless because, again, it is just the one object that we can then fix up ourselves. In fact, actually, it still didn't have a reference anyways. Apply to tab. I don't know if I might have actually accidentally already saved it, but actually, hang on. I did use field formerly serialized as. Okay. Yeah, so we can start using that. Okay, so. For example, I actually do want to go ahead and add our first method that this can do. Because the item prefab container should already have a reference to our small ration item prefab. Which, by the way, let me make sure. Check what overrides we have. That's not an override. That we can do, at least. Yes, we can't apply all, so that's all then. Okay, so. Let's see. So I want to do, we're going to spawn a ration. Public, static, spawn, I can actually use, I'm going to use Boolean for whether or not it should be the large ration. So I can do spawn ration. Bool is large. However, I still need to actually implement the large ration, which we'll do that later. And then I'll actually copy in position and rotation. All right. Oh, right. I should probably also have this return item ration, spawn ration. Whoops. Alright, I'm going to put item ration, prefab here, initialize this. Actually, what I'm going to do is if probably also go ahead and make sure that there is a field for large ration. Plan is small ration is going to be 15%, large ration is going to be 60% of health, max health. Alright, first of all, if instance does not exist, we need to guard clause out. And then the prefab will be instance dot item prefab container small ration. Actually, go large ration for that. Conditional from is large. Like that. And then we go spawn item in room. Prefab. Room. Position. Rotation. Boom. Yeah, there's an Emmy.
Headpats incoming.
I get a headpad. Yeah. Thank you, headpats. Emmy finally loves me again. Yay! Emmy was hating me this morning. Ladies, gentlemen, everything between. She was not checking in with us. She was hibernating. She hates us. Oh, right. And then I need to do return spawn item in room. There we go. I like this pattern here. We set it up such that this is using a type parameter, a generic type parameter, and I found out that you can actually specify that the type parameter needs to be of a certain base class, and it'll treat it like that. We'll see here, room.add item. This requires a base entity item, and it takes this, even though we're using a generic type argument for it, or parameter for it. That's because we specify in this part the where T is base entity item. We just implement that right after the rest of the thing. Making sure after we do this type parameter here. So, good stuff. Very useful. That way, GameSpawn handler does spawn in room. It'll use the type of this prefab because C# is smart like that. They use the type that this prefab is registered, this variable is registered to, which is item ration. And then it'll spawn an item ration, it'll add that item to the room, and then return it. So, we'll be able to use that to spawn the ration. Now, I probably do want to set up some commands here of some sort. Or I might actually make them part of base entity items specifically. I probably am going to make it so that this method will just drop it right into the position, however, I would like to make it so that, like, if we kill an enemy, we want to pop out of the enemy. We want the enemy to burst like a piñata of loot. But not actually. We're not actually going for, like, Diablo. But we do, generally speaking, if it is, like, a breakable object that is spawning these items, we want the items to be thrown out a little bit more. Or just in general. So, I'm going to set up some methods for that, and I think the methods are actually going to go in base entity item, I think. Which, by the way that the ration is constructed, there's actually a couple of things going on here. There is the centralized item here, item script. The item ration script will handle how the item behaves when it is collected. It also handles, the way that it zoops into the player. It handles those. And it handles the things that it does when the player collects it. However, what's actually defining how the player picks up the item is another script. This is going to be kind of a, what's the phrase, what's the term for it? Where it's, you have components for it. Like the prescriptive components. Composition. This is composition. The concept of having multiple objects that you use to define a singular object, and how that object behaves. And that's why we have the item behavior auto pickup script. This is going to be a script that is used for rations, core charge orbs, money, and one other thing that I might need to figure. There's definitely another thing that I'm forgetting about. And I don't remember what it is. I'll figure it out at some point. So this is defining specifically how the player collects the item, which is just walking over it, walking next to it. Within the range of 4 meters, it will auto-collect by the player. And also, it defines that it will move towards the player at a maximum speed of 1 meter per second, and then with an acceleration. I can set this speed to 0 in order to stop the ration from moving, because I do actually want ration specifically to not move to towards the player, because otherwise they could potentially waste how much of the ration they eat. So specifically small ration item, we will turn off the attraction speed. So I can apply to prefab small ration item. Save. I go find our... Is it in infos? No, it's in prefabs. Yeah, it's in prefabs. I didn't prefab too. So we do have small ration already set. Good. I think I did already apply those to prefab. Good. And yeah, we'll actually reuse all of this code for the large ration. All we changed about the large ration is we changed the percent amount here from 15 to 60. And that's it. Another couple of things I probably do want to do. I do need to... The health bar is kind of plain at the moment. I do want to add in some text here saying what the actual number is in the health bar. Also, my sinuses are fucking with me today. I apologize. I'm going to sound like an absolute nerd today because of how stuffy my nose is. It'll be very nasally. Ugh. Trying to wipe my nose. I might just be sniffly all day. Okay, so, the whole concept of throwing the item out into a random direction, I kind of want to make that a part of base entity item. So I think in general, most loot items are going to do that in most scenarios. But I do want to define a custom way in which that happens. I think if it's coming out of like a breakable object, like a crate, I probably want that to kind of just drop to the floor. But if it's coming out of an enemy, I want it to kind of spurt out. You know, not quite like a Diablo loot fountain, but in a manner reminiscent of one in some ways. I hesitate to actually say that it's going to be like Diablo 4 because, again, I don't think most enemies are going to be putting out a lot of loot. They might. If specifically, like, the boss might put out a lot of money, for example. And actually, I do want the boss to give, like, you know, at least one, I think I have it written down somewhere in my notes. What I want people to drop. Maybe. I'd have to find out. Yeah, on death, bosses drop loot boxes that give a random contraption and weapon. I don't actually need them to drop a loot box, though. I'm actually going to simplify that down to on death drop, bosses drop a random contraption and weapon. Lieutenants have a small chance to drop a weapon or hop up. I might actually make it so that bosses do actually have a small chance to drop a hop up as well. And then elite bosses, I don't currently have anything written down for them. Granted, I have a feeling that a lot of what they drop will actually be in sort of the, like, results screen. Between levels, you will get some stuff. I think that's going to be how that ends up working. But they won't be able to drop a weapon in that case, because, you know, you'd have to, like, choose whether or not you're gonna drop a weapon for it. So that would be a problem. But I think that's fine. I'll probably make it so that you actually kind of, actually, there's also, if you're full up on contraptions and the elite boss wants to give you a contraption, I don't know how to actually handle that. Because the idea is supposed to be, as soon as you beat the elite boss, it has the fun little animation at the end. I think you enter the elevator immediately as part of kind of the cutscene when beating a boss. So I'd have to figure out exactly how bosses actually give you stuff. Which, granted, I think part of what's going to end up happening is that, like, whenever you beat a boss, you're also going to gain +2 to all valid stats. And that might just be what bosses give you. I may still have them, like, spray out money and just have the game auto-collect all of the money for you. Because, like, the money is going to have the attraction thing that I was talking about, or showing off with the ration. May also make it just so that when you load into the next level, I may just make it so that the next level's entryway is a treasure room, potentially. Possibly. I don't know. I'll consider it. I do want you to get stuff from finishing a level. And it is very easy for me to just give the player +2 stats and a bunch of money without them needing to make any sort of input. I would like to make it so that you could have the player, choose between a bunch of, make a choice between a few different relics or contraptions. But I can't necessarily do that in the boss room itself, and I can't do that on the results screen because you would need to give up one of your own things first. So I'll probably need some sort of interstitial vendor that I could put into an entryway room who would have you choose between 3, like, rare or higher contraptions type deal. Can also have it drop. I might make it so that the player has unlimited... Like, okay, so Balatro, right? Balatro has a limit on how many consumable cards you can have. Such as the tarot cards, the spectral cards, and the planet cards. And technically speaking, hop-ups are sort of a system that is analogous to the consumables from Balatro, in a way. They're there to kind of modify a gun semi-temporarily. And, well, permanently, technically. Semi-permanently, I might even give. However, I might make it so that your storage of hop-ups is unlimited. And at that point, it would be very easy for me to be like, hey, let the player... Just, like, give the player 2 to 3 hop-ups after beating a boss. Elite boss, specifically. I have to kind of, like, specify. So, boss in this game... Whoops, I don't mean to drag the entire block. Boss in this game is actually more like a mini-boss. It is entirely just, like, this is all kind of a elaborate City of Heroes bit. Because we have underling, minion, lieutenant, boss, and then elite boss. This is the sort of framework that City of Heroes has all of its enemies in. And then there's also there's Arch-Villain, I believe, is in City of Heroes, whereas here it's actually going to be Arch-Executive, and that's going to be from Mr. Big. So, like, elite bosses are the actual end of level boss. There will be 2 of these guys, and then you will fight Mr. Big at the end of the 3rd level, essentially, sort of. Not really, because it's actually going to be like the end of the 3rd level will actually have you on a little objective survive. You go up an Akira lift. Again, I want to say that they're called a funicular, but also, technically speaking, they're not funiculars because they're not enclosed. I've been calling them funiculars for a while, but I think they're actually not considered funiculars, technically speaking, because they're not enclosed. They are simply just a platform. But basically, you know, it's the same thing that Metal Gear Solid 1 had several of them. Just the diagonal lift. Or it may even be a lift that goes straight up. It might just be a lift that goes straight up. Potentially. Which is actually going to be slightly an inversion. We're going to be going up. You often see the Akira lift be taken down. You don't usually see it taken up. But the thing is that we're climbing the, the Big Idol HQ with this concept. Which at that point, I probably will end up making it be a traditional straight vertical lift. Just because that makes a little bit more sense for the infrastructure of Big Idol Corporation's headquarters. So it probably will be like a standard cargo lift of sorts, and then you will fight a bunch of enemies on it, and then once you get to the top, you'll get one more shop, and then the final battle versus the CEO, Mr. Big. That's the concept. Could actually make it. I think bosses, I probably do want to make them drop all 3 items. Contraption, weapon, hop up. I might do that. Another thing I've been considering, and I'm hesitant to do this, obviously, partially because... what's the actual reason? It feels like it might be a little bit more complicated. And I'm not sure if it's necessarily scope creep, but I was thinking of possibly having a sort of ranking system. It would technically be a bit more analogous to, like, the kind of result screen of Balatro. What are you playing with right now? I had to work the dev of game. 3rd tier, specifically, normally on Sundays, I do, the Metal Gear Solid 2 stream with Olivia. However, today Olivia has some technical difficulties. Her router is busted. And I already brewed my coffee. So your protocol, Misty. How are you doing? I already brewed my coffee, and I was just like, I'm running low on coffee too. So I didn't want to have to remake my coffee tomorrow or another day to make up a 4th stream this week. And so I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna do some other type of stream today. And so I decided, because I have several appointments that I need to go to on Thursday and Friday, right? So I cannot stream on those days, and I probably don't want to do any game dev on those days either. I might do like a little bit of, I might just like open the project maybe for a little bit, but I probably won't do any full dev sessions on Thursday and Friday. I still need at least one day of the week in which I am completely taking a break. And that's probably going to be Monday. And that leaves Tuesday and Wednesday. So being Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday would be days in which I am available to work. And obviously I really don't want to miss yet another week of playing Metal Gear Solid 2 with Olivia. So we're agreeing to try and squeeze it in on Tuesday, even though Olivia's normally working on Tuesdays. But we will try and get something done, like a small session potentially on Tuesday. And that leaves today and Wednesday as the only days in which I am quote unquote available for streaming and / or working. And I want to do at least 2 full dev sessions a week. That is the bare minimum I want to be doing with this. And honestly, I really wish I had the time to be doing more than that. But I know that also, if I do that, I will burn out pretty badly. And also, I just won't have time to do, like, fun streams. So, as such, I said, okay, I guess today I'm doing Gamedev. And also, I do want to get back into 4 streams a week, especially now that I'm, like, a little bit more confident with doing Gamedev streams. Part of the reason why I stopped streaming 4 days a week was because I was less enthusiastic about dev streams. I was getting stressed out doing dev streams, and now I'm kind of coming back around to it. I'm getting better at kind of enjoying them again, and I'm also, at a point where I feel like I can do more work on games and still be able to chat with chat and do things at the same time. So that's definitely part of it. Also, Misty Bell, I think you were actually talking about this. This is not a chocolate bar. This is actually a granola bar. It's actually a granola bar. Chewy granola bar. Let me focus on this. Suitable for androids and mineral constructs, which is a bit, because Olivia is, I originally wrote Gollum on there, and then Olivia said there's actually kind of like a mild concern with that in terms of, Jewish people, and it's like, okay, that's understandable. I'll go ahead and try and figure out something else funny to say there. And we settled on mineral constructs for Olivia. That made the most sense, and it kind of goes hard. But yeah, it's just a granola bar. That's because I have a box of granola bars that I keep by my desk whenever I'm streaming, and those are my emergency rations. If I start feeling like I'm getting too hungry and I haven't had enough to eat for breakfast or lunch or whatever that day, I'll usually grab one of those granola bars and start munching on it to recover my energy during stream. Because I was considering, when it comes to how people will heal in this game, there was that sort of period of being like, how actually do people heal in this game? Say your protocol, Felix. How are you doing? How do people heal in this game? Because if I do medkits, well, Olivia and I aren't exactly human. And a medkit, generally speaking, has, organic creature things, such as bandages to stop bleeding, and antibiotics, and tourniquets, and those kinds of things. That doesn't really help Android and, mineral construct. Haha. Well, the thing is that if we put in a repair kit, then Amy is a human, is a motherfucking human being, at least in this game. At least, in his representation in this game. Obviously, in real life, Amy is gender fluid, and sometimes she-dwagon. Today, she-dwagon. However, I'm talking specifically about her appearance in this game, where she is more or less face-claiming Colton Douglas from her original character universes, the Varia universe. And so, as such, I refer to him as he whilst he's in this game, because he's more or less just face-claiming Colton. that's just a guy. He's just a motherfucking guy. Repair kits isn't gonna do anything for him. And at that point, I would need to start implementing separate healing items for them. And if we're going to do co-op, that's kind of annoying. Nanotech would be a good concept, and that would kind of tie into the Ratchet and Clank ties that this game has. But I thought it would be funnier to do. I think it would be more people would understand eating, I think. As it stands, like, Katon still does technically eat. Doesn't necessarily help her repair, but it does kind of help her recover energy for the most part. So it works well enough to say that she's eating to replenish her health. And then it works well enough for Olivia because, like, she, like, could use the minerals in the food to repair her. And rations, honestly, just makes a lot of sense for Amy, too. Just being, you know, more of the Milsimi type character anyways. Whether or not it'll work for all of the other characters we're going to be adding in the future, I don't know. But it works well enough for the main 3 that we're adding in this game. And it is a general concept, like... Crypta the Necrodancer will use food for all of its recovery stuff. You eat to regain health in Minecraft. You eat to regain health in Dungeons of Dreadmore. There's probably another game I'm thinking of that has eat food to regain health in a roguelike sense. As it stands, it's like with Isaac, Binding of Isaac is a game that this game kind of runs from a bit. It's just like hearts on the floor, and I kind of felt like that was a little too on the nose and a little too boring for this game. Not Enter the Gungeon. Gunfire Reborn, which this game heavily draws from. That game's healing items actually meat buns, or they're like dumplings, I think, or something else. Yeah, this game is like it wants to draw a lot from Gunfire Reborn. I think is where a lot of stuff comes from. It's some sort of food item, I remember. I think the game calls them meat buns, or some sort of buns. If Olivia was, or sorry, if Ria was here, she'd be able to tell me, because Ria loves Gunfire Reborn. And I like it a lot, but I don't play it all that often these days. But if Ria was here, she'd probably remember what they're called. But yeah, so that is definitely a thing that we could go off of. And then, like, Enter the Gungeon, the one that I accidentally said out loud. I think that one is also just like hearts, but it's like bullet hearts, because that makes sense for it. And while Enter the Gungeon is kind of in line with what I want to build this game around, I think it makes more sense for us to go for a food item, a la Gunfire Reborn. Granted, you know, this being food is specifically going to be for the small ration item. And then the large ration item is going to be a big round can, like Metal Gear Solid. But that one will be, of course, a little bit rarer. Okay, but we've got... Oh yeah, I wanted to go through and try and make a method to have items be thrown out. So I'm going to set that up real quick. Push it down here, I think. Public void. For now, I'm going to set this up as a standard void method. I don't think I want to be able to override it off the top of my head. Maybe I'll probably cross that bridge when I get there if I do actually want to make this overrideable. But I can't think of a scenario in which I want this overrideable, because I think this is going to be dead simple. Actually, another thing I do need to add which I'm probably gonna make it a component. I'm gonna make it a composition component. I need something that'll make this start spinning on its own. I do want to make it spin the ration bar. And similarly with the large ration will also spin. I still need to make a full decision on what the money in this game is going to be. So far I've been kind of going off of the assumption that it's going to be real life United States dollars. But I also am not super fond of that idea. It makes the most sense because, like, what are these guys? Why are they here to stop you? It's because they're getting paid, is, like, the entire reason these guys are here. As such, the best way to set it up is going to be, they're paid to fight you. Now, granted, that doesn't make the most sense for specifically the bioengineered faction. So actually, did I ever decide on, like, what I'm calling them again? So I don't want to call them fanatics. They've been called fanatics in the code as well as in the documentation, but I don't want to call them that anymore. I want to call them something like bioengineered or something like that to better... Because I don't want to necessarily... Because originally the idea was that they were just, like, creatures that were created to be fans of Big Idol, but I actually wanted to move away from that concept and make it more like these were creatures that were supposed to be staff for Big Idol. Granted, some of the enemy descriptions I'll probably need to kind of modify to fit that narrative a little bit better. Because also, part of it is that the bioengineered are actually going to be, they're not directly something that Big Idol has created. I don't want to give too much away, but there are going to be some things I want to do with the story that implies that this is a little bit bigger than just Big Idol Corporation going evil. I want there to be a little bit more to it, just to make the parody of Big Idol work a little bit better than it currently is. So I don't want to make it be like, you know, oh, like all idols are evil or something like that. I want this to be more of something that is like a tragic kind of truth going on with the world, rather than just me being like, haha, fuck idols type deal. Because somebody did tell me that there is a mild implication that the story of this game is fuck idols, and I really don't want it to be that, obviously. And while I did have originally some ideas to more emphasize that it is more just like Big Idol Corp here is just being an evil corporation, and this isn't just some statement on idols culture. However, I think to make it a little bit more clear, I have a few things I'm going to be doing with the story, where, for example, bioengineered is actually not something Big Idol Corp has done. Bioengineered is actually part of a different corporate entity that is merging with Big Idol. And that's actually what's kind of causing Big Idol to go on this dark path. And, you know, at first, they're just like, you know, oh, dark path of Big Idol's going down. They want to use AI to flood the market. That's bad. And then they go in and they realize that this isn't the only thing that's going wrong with Big Idol right now. They're actually, like, becoming a sort of evil organization because of a buyout from, I think the working title is Torment Nexus Industries, literally. That's the idea that I thought of in the shower today, was just like, they're being bought out by some other corporate entity, and that corporate entity is the one that is actually kind of evil. I do want to kind of, like, make it a bit more subtle. I wanted to say that I want Big Idol to still send the message to Kton and be like, thanks, instead of it being, you know, we're being bought out, I want it to be like, thanks to our new partners at Torment Nexus Industries, we are starting a new initiative to make a bunch of AI VTubers and flood the market. And then Kton goes, oh no, that's bad. Let's go beat them up. Type deal. Or I might even, so actually, I did actually have the idea. Have it in the letter, saying, like, the only way, like, literally have them state in the letter they send to Katon, the only way to stop us from flooding the market with AI VTubers is to defeat me, John Big, the CEO of Big Idol. And then you go and you fight John Big, the CEO of Big Idol. And very subtly, the fight will kind of lean on this idea that he is, in fact, reluctant to be defending Big Idol Corporation right now. Because this kind of wasn't his idea. However, he's kind of forced to be there and be the final boss. I want to kind of nudge the player in that direction without necessarily beating them over the head, and be like, actually feel bad for the corporation. Feel bad for the corporation. I'm not going to do that. I obviously don't want to do that. But I obviously also don't want to be like, idols are bad, and make that the reason why you're going after Big Idol Corporation. Because, you know, that is part of the reason why I dislike what's going on with a lot of things in Idol stuff, is because there is corporate meddling going on. There is capitalism bullshit going on that is ruining the industry and kind of pushing talents in directions that are pretty bad, and that idols themselves don't really want to be in the position of, or talents themselves not wanting to be in the position of. That is definitely an angle I want to be pushing with the game, and so it makes a lot of sense for us to be like, clue the player in that this is not necessarily Big Idol's doing, and is more actually just the fact that Big Idol is kind of just being taken over by this actually evil corporation. Which again, I think it's a little on the nose, but I think there is something funny about naming that corporation Torment Nexus Industries. I want them to just be like a name that gets dropped at the very beginning, just once, as a throwaway note, and the player kind of just keeps that in the back of their mind, but it never gets brought up again until the very end. And obviously, I also want to make that, like, you actually do just, like, go up, you beat John Big, and then you stop the AI takeover of the VTuber market, and, you know, the day is saved. But also, is it? Because Torment Nexus Industries is still out there, and they have some strange plans. And, you know, that's supposed to be a setup for more campaigns that we want to do with the game in the future. The idea is going to be that, like, obviously we have this first campaign. This is somewhat of a inspiration from, brain fart. Enter the Gungeon has some similar stuff going on with it, right? I want something to be in that sort of vein, where we have future content that will add more alternate scenarios that can still kind of play like the main scenario does, in that it being, you know, the roguelike dungeon crawler and tactical shooter type deal. But it is kind of covering a different scenario. Maybe it has some different enemies. Maybe it has different rooms and whatnot. Obviously, you know, those kinds of things. And that can help us kind of cover later discoveries in the sort of universe, which I know this is kind of taking it a lot more serious than I originally intended, but I think it does kind of make a lot of sense for it. And also, at the end of the day, we're not gonna take it that seriously. We're not gonna take it that seriously, but we are going to be doing a little bit more with it than just silly haha. We fight the idols type deal, or fight Big Idol type deal. And that is, again, mostly just to cover our ass on the whole concept of Big Idol Corporation. again, I wanted to kind of more constructively demonstrate that Big Apple Corporation in and of itself is a cartoonish villain. However, I feel like that might not completely communicate, and that's why Torment Nexus Industries has to exist. I have some ideas on, like, what's gonna happen is that, like, Torment Nexus Industries may or may not, in and of itself, be a bit of a commentary on Hoyoverse. We'll be seeing about that. We'll be seeing about that later. But I think that might be where I'm kind of going with it. I had the joke idea in the back of my head that when I do the second campaign of Toaster Gun, it's going to involve, like, they're trying to take over the world by, like, controlling their minds using gacha games. And then I think it makes a lot of sense for us to then kind of turn that into a thing that Torment Nexus Industries is doing. And then I could probably want to end up just straight up doing some commentary on, like, MiHoYo type deal. Because if there's one company that I no longer care if I get sponsored by, that's definitely them. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I'd like it. I'd like to do that. But yeah, it's like I had this concept in my mind where I just straight up have, like, the final boss of it. It is just, you know, the little dark mass comes together, and then Katon goes, I knew it all along. They were creating the ultimate evil gacha games. And then the little mass forms into, like, the Jane Doppelganger. And then it just becomes straight up the Jane Doppelganger fight from Zenless Zone Zero, because that's actually a really cool fight I get. But that'd be the joke. Is that it would set up for that kind of bit where it's like the ultimate evil gacha games. And that would be the kind of concept. But obviously, that's the future. Right now I want to focus on the main conceit, which is we need to get to John Big and kill him and remove the bad thing from company. But yeah, I am getting a little bit sidetracked. I do want to kind of push on with this. We were trying to do a spawn velocity thing. So I want to do get to multiplayer part. I can help playtest. Real, yeah. We'll figure it out, because, again, I'm focusing on single player at the moment, and then I'm leaving the code open for multiplayer, but not necessarily working on it right away, because, you know, multiplayer is a big can of worms in and of itself. And I am only kind of good at doing netcode stuff. Anyways, I'm going to do a float up velocity, and then float lateral radius. I might actually do multiple methods. I could make it so that something will actually output items in a direction. Kind of good at mirror after trying out peer projects. Could also do float. So I'm going to specify some default values for this. Not a float, rather a vector 3 limit angle direction. 0 by default, which we can't do because... We can't do that either, can we? Compile time constant. I don't think we can do a compile time constant on a struct. I'm actually gonna leave it like this for now. Now, I don't know if I want to set up spawn velocity seeded. I don't think spawn velocities need to be seeded. So I will just simply do a basic random call for it and leave it alone. I don't need velocities to be seeded. So we will not put a to-do seeded. That's kind of what we've been doing so far, is that anytime in which we do a random call and we need it to be seeded, I've just done a comment and then a to-do seeded right next to it. Because I don't want to set it up right now, but I do want to set up in the near future, very near future, seeding velocity, seeding random, because that's a thing that you want to do in roguelikes. Also, I am out of water. I'm going to be right back. Hopefully, I won't take too long. Actually, I might just go to the bathroom whilst I'm up, so I will actually be a minute. So I'll run an ad break. Everybody take a stretch break. Get yourself some water and stuff like that. And I will be back in about 3 minutes. So stand by. Okay, I return. And I have one turn. This is one turn. Okay. Yeah, for now I'm just gonna set up a spawn velocity. I think the first thing we do have a auto whatchamacallit with a rigid body. Auto caching reference with the rigid body. So we will check if we have a rigid body. And if we don't, we will short guard claws out. And then create a vector 3 velocity. Start by taking up, multiplying it by up velocity. Then we have a lateral radius. And the way I want lateral radius to work actually is want this to be the radius at which the item lands from the point that it spawns at, which means we need to do some physics calculations. Which actually, part of that involves us actually knowing an additional variable. So we either need to know what speed we want the item to come out at, or we want to know the time we want the item to hit the floor at. Now, granted, actually, I think the easiest thing to do, so we have a collectible delay. Upon spawning in, this item must wait this amount of time before the player can collect it. I think we're just going to use that variable. We'll use that variable to determine how long we want to be up in the air. I'm actually going to I'm going to document that. In fact, that means we don't want an up velocity. Because we want to set up our up velocity in a way that we land on time as well. Actually, instead we could do float height. 2 meters by default. Why am I doing semicolon there? It's a parameter. Change this to height. Random direction. Should probably introduce some new lines in here. From its spawn point. Instead of calling this do spawn velocity, probably want to call this do spawn jump. All right. Oh yeah, I wanted to document specifically. Put this into remarks. This is calculated based on the items delay, collectible delay value as a time period such that it should hit the floor, there's too many O's, by the time it becomes collectible. Cool. And you know what? Instead of figuring out how to do the math, I can rely on the last time I did this math, which was probably Jack Schmidt. I have to find where that is again. I'll probably just use this folder real quick. We'll go to projects, community, FNAW, assets, scripts, game entities, player improvement.cs will open in Notepad++. Figure out where I did this again. Fortunately, I don't get the nice little browser thing because we're not opening this in Visual Studio. Mostly because it's in a different project. I don't want to have to open that project up. I feel like it was a property. I'm not seeing it. I could actually go find. Where is it? Where is it? I mean, midair jump height is here, but I want to find, like, ground jump height. Standing jump height. So I'm going to select this, and hopefully that will make it easier for me to spot where it gets used. So I did all of my jump speeds in Jack Schmidt backwards, where instead of specifying a velocity, I instead specify a target height, and then I calculated the velocity needed to get that height. Looks like it's probably in here. Here it is. So you have height equals whether or not we're crouching, use crouch jump height, standing jump height. Get jump force is the method we use for that. Can we find that? Here we go. Easy. Hippity hoppity. That code's already my property. I don't know. Is there like a rigid body.gravity? That's a Boolean. Is it physics.gravity? Aha. Dot y, right? which is using gravity, which might be a parameter. Sure, it is a positive parameter, so I will need to specify negative on that. And then h, height. Cool. That gives us the velocity. But it doesn't necessarily give us time. I might have fucked this up. How would we calculate a jump with a gravity of 9.81 that takes exactly 1 second? Wouldn't it just be half the acceleration? Doing questionably legal things. Are you sure you want to be admitting that in a public forum? I am not doing any illegal things. However, I'm trying to do math. And math is one of those wonderful subjects that everybody loves not understanding how to do. Yeah. So if we want to have a jump that takes exactly 1 second to complete, and we want to have it be based off of Unity's default gravity, that would basically just be half... We would just have a velocity that is half gravity speed, right? That's probably what we end up doing, I'd imagine. Which, again, since we're using a rigid body, we can't control the gravity, so we can't actually have a height parameter. That's just not something we can do with this. But in theory, if we wanted to make a jump that took exactly 1 second to complete, we'd just do half the speed of gravity, right? Because then, or half the speed of what gravity is, because gravity is 9.81 meters per second per second. So if we have a vertical speed of half that, then that means it takes 0.5 seconds for it to reduce to 0. And then it'll take 0.5 seconds for it to then get back to the same spot. Right? I think that's how I want it to work. So we actually want the vector 3, vel, is going to be the up vector multiplied by... In fact, actually what we'll start with is instead we could do physics, gravity, and then actually multiply that by negative 0.5. And that'll be a 1 second jump. Or actually, hang on. No, because we want to do... we'll multiply this by... collectible delay. There, that's what I needed. And the lateral radius is actually easy, where all we want to do is decided to make myself a CDN server with a web page with very loose security. Where it stores Gamedev tutorials that I've collected. Interesting. I hope that's not for any sort of machine learning purposes. I really hope that's not for any machine learning purposes. Set up a float. Actually, I don't think I need to specify float angle here. I want to have a vector 3 lateral. And actually, if lateral radius is greater than 0, then we'll do something here. It's because I hate OneDrive on my iPad and it's easier to stream it from Chrome. I don't really do anything machine learning. Okay. Good to hear. Good to hear. I kind of wish I could set up my own CDN so that I don't have to worry about storage on my PC and having, you know, terabytes of, particularly, like, VODs of my own stuff, because I've been wanting to do edited content of my own, and I just have not gotten around to it, and also part of the issue is just, like, storage on my computer is still at a premium. Even with a 2 terabyte SSD, I still kind of get it taken up a lot by, like, games and stuff. And project files. And, applications for doing projects. Yeah, the idea is going to be that at the end of this, we go rigid body, linear velocity, just set it to Val. Making my own Java, yeah. Yeah, but the thing is that the other part of me wishing I had a CDN, I need another computer for that. And that is challenging because this building's electrical is not that great. And as it stands, I do not have a whole lot of room in terms of, like, breaker space in my room. I can't put a second computer in my room because there just is not, like, the moment I would run the microwave, it would probably trip the breaker, and I'd lose everything. Because, yes, the microwave is in my room, unfortunately. Just because we have limited space out in the kitchen, and this was kind of the best place for it. And in general, if I run the microwave and the heater in my room, it'll also trip the breaker. So I don't think having a second computer in here is a good idea. Even if it is a computer that doesn't have a GPU, I think it would still be cutting it close on this thing's power grid, on this room's power grid. I'd have to put it somewhere else, and, like, once again, space in this apartment is at a premium. Or, yeah, sort of apartment. More trailer home, but you know what I mean. Yeah, that's the thing. I'd have to find a spot for a dedicated machine, and I just don't have a good one. Electrically, there isn't really a whole lot of space, and physically, there isn't a whole lot of space. Like, there's space in both, but not coinciding with each other, if that makes sense. Like, in theory, there isn't that much connected to, like, stuff in the living room circuitry, but also there's not a lot of space there, because we have a lot of stuff there that we do not have other space for, because it's also kind of become our storage. And then, technically speaking, we could find space for it in my room, but also the electrical would not have space. In theory, it could also go in, like, Ria's little area that she has next to the living room. That's kind of in the dining room. But that would also run up into electrical space constraints. So I'm going to start with a forward vector here. And then I'm going to do... First, I'm actually going to take forward, and then I'm going to do times Quaternion Euler. 0 on the x-axis, and then random dot range between 0 and 359 on the y-axis, and then 0 on the z-axis. And it is degrees, not radians. Sure of that. So we'll be taking this vector 3 dot forward and rotating it up to 359 degrees on the y-axis to get basically a random direction laterally. And then taking that and multiplying it by... We're going to take collectible delay. So I think we want it to be lateral radius divided by collectible delay. So that means it will take that much time to reach that position. And then we'll just add it on to the velocity that we're already calculating. That should be it. Okay. You know, part of it is also that base enemy item will be used for all 4 items, including weapons, including contraptions, including hop-ups. So that'll be used for all of those. And base enemy item in and of itself is an abstract class. So the next thing I want to do is I need to create a component that will spawn items when the entity dies, which is going to be many, many different things that we will need to figure out. I have a general idea of how I want this to work, but it's gonna be a little complicated and might be a little hard to follow. I'm going to call this Entity Drop Table. Okay, good. I was able to open it. We're going to move this to namespace toaster gun. And real quick, I actually want to have this handle something that we set up in some other stuff. Okay, well, enemy status only uses those. I need something that has entity hooks. Actually, I could probably go into entity health. I'm gonna go to these events. Find all references. Set entity hooks. I'm going to copy these methods, add them to entity drop table. I probably could set up an interface for this, but I'd prefer something like this. Also, I think the only thing that we actually need is on entity death. And yes, I need to generate this method. And yeah, entity health needs to be referenced. And for that, I'm actually going to do component referencer, entity health, entity health. So now that'll populate all of those. Those are nice and happy. And then I'm going to have a start, set entity hooks, on destroy, clear entity hooks. Now, in order to actually have an entity drop table, I've been looking into a certain something, that being a serialized reference. Actually, hang on, because I had a setup that I was considering. I actually have a Trello card for this. So I want a data structure for each potential drop type. And I was considering, because, so I might actually not need serialized reference. I might not need serialized reference. I might actually have this as an info scriptable object. I might actually have these as scriptable objects. I think it would make the most sense to have scriptable objects for this. So I'll have entity drop table. This is a component. But then I'm going to have a drop table info. I go scripts, data, and then I'm going to create a new script. Call this drop table info. Open this up. Namespace toaster gun. By the way, at some point I need to set up an assembly for this thing. And it's not going to be a mono behavior. This is going to be a scriptable object. I'm going to have a create asset menu for this, which means that I do need go over to contraption info and reuse these parameters. It's going to be called drop table info. File name will begin with the drop table underscore. Okay. I probably do want to set something up that can modify these too. We'll probably modify them at, like, use time. But the main thing I need to do is set up a sort of struct. Now, there's going to be a couple of different data structures to this. I want to make groups. I want to have weighted groups, as well as groups that have a random chance. Which might involve a system that is nested. Which is going to be interesting. As it stands, let me look at the Trello card again. I think I do actually just want to have the base level is groups. Each group can have a % chance, and then within the group, each item has a weight to it. So I think that's going to be how we end up setting it up. So we will want I'm going to establish the classes down here, I think. Might have a separate namespace for this, potentially. Nah, this will be fine. Call this drop table group. We want it to be serializable, which means I need to use system. Excuse me. And for this, I'm going to have a public int group chance %. 100 by default. And I also need to specify a public. Let's go with a struct for this one. Drop table entry. So we'll have a public drop table entry group entries. First value of this will be weight. And then, I might have an enum for this that is global. Public enum item drop type. Once you have small ration, actually, do ration, and then we'll have another value that specifies if it's a small or large. and money. Core charge. Weapon. Contraption. Up, up. I think that's it. I can also go look at my notes. Check my level design planning, because I can look at my vendors. So you have like a hop-ups vendor, contraptions vendor, signature contraptions vendor, weapons vendor. Weapon forging is its own service. Gunley drops a weapon. Storage rooms will contain contraptions and weapon, contraptions and hop-up. Hop-ups and weapons, weapons and hop-ups. Core charge orbs, money, hop-up. Rations, money, contraption. Keycards will need to be figured out. However, I don't want keycards to be part of a loot pool, because the game needs to decide who drops a keycard. That can be something that we implement into Entity Drop Table itself, but for Drop Table info, we want this to be a generic thing, because like we'll want to set up something where all minions will use the same drop table info. All lieutenants will use the same drop table info. All bosses will use the same drop table info. So on and so forth. That's kind of a concept we want to be going for here. So I have a drop type. And we'll start setting up some values for this. On a rarity range. So some of these values will not be valid for the type of drop. And that's gonna be fine, honestly. There is a way for us to have like multiple definitions of drop table entries, and each one can have its own parameters, but I don't care. Instead, we're going to do public item rarity, minimum rarity, and then maximum rarity. Then we'll have public int amount. But we'll have to probably do some documentation on these to define how each of these behave. Amount or level is used for money, charge orb, and weapon. Oh, right, and then level is probably going to be used for that. So I think instead of amount, I want to put value in here, because that can be used for amounts or levels. Weapons will have levels to them, specifically base levels. That should be it. Which actually, that's not too bad. That's pretty lightweight, I'd say. let's do some documentation here. Bullet, okay. I think there is also like a definitions you can do. I don't remember. Do item drop type dot money defines the dollar amount of the money I'm just gonna put like that. I probably want to set something up such that money drops can be divided up. Now we'll move on. So let's go in order actually. With ration, if greater than 1, drops a large ration, otherwise drops a small ration. I might need to include that somehow in the Tri-Blaze. Probably also be serializable so that it shows up in Unity. Defines the dollar amount of the money when used with money. Core charge. Defines the amount of the core charge. Should define that as charge value of core charge. Orb. Next is going to be weapon. That defines the base level of the weapon. Actually, hang on. I feel like weapons base level should actually be defined by the room that the player starts in. Now that I think about it. I might need to set that up. I might make it like a relative. Hang on. Defines generate base level weapon relative to the enemy's own level. Or entity's own level. Next is going to be contraption. I don't think contraption is going to be used. Probably also unused for hop up. Cool. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I have to BRB. Give me a second. I'm gonna run on ad break too. Might as well. BRB. I return. Wait. Yeah, the ad break is over. Yeah. I did run a shorter ad break this time. So, I want to set up something to where I can copy out a drop table group into a duplicate type deal. Do public top table group. Copy. So let's make it a static top table group copy. Bridge. Just going to return new drop table group. Actually, I want to set up a constructor. And change this from that to an enumerable. From this array, right? There is no dot count for an enumerable. Hold on. Let me go find an appropriate interface to use. I think we probably actually want iCollection is what we want, I want to say. Because we want to be able to use either an enum or either an array. That doesn't work. There isn't like a array constructor that specifies in. If we do group entries.copy2, aha, there we go. Specify array index 0. Alright, that works. There we go. I was gonna make a default constructor real quick. I'm not sure if Unity respects these. But it might not hurt to do it. Single entry in here that will simply be new drop table entry. I don't have a constructor for this. Let me create some constructors. But I'm actually going to do static drop table. Actually, I probably will do something like this. Actually, I could just do... That's not what I wanted to do. Can I undo that, please? Delete. I did not mean to do that. Yeah. Hopefully nothing is fucked up. Okay. I'll enter generate constructor. Not fucking move to a file. I hate that that's the default. Now I can start specifying these. Oops. Wag 'em around. Public static tail entry ration is large. Int weight. New drop table entry with weight. Drop type ration. I should new line this. We actually specify some defaults. Also, I might need an extra item at rarity, potentially. There. That's all we actually need for that. There. Let's specify core charge. Like that. Weapon. Here, we're gonna set up a couple of variables. Actually, I should probably have weight first in both of these. You can actually also specify default weight on all of want these. And have specifically item rarity in rarity. I just don't want minimum rarity to ever be starter. It should always be common. Actually, no, it can be starter. Starter is actually treated as common. Legendary. Yes. Almost anything can actually drop a legendary item, even though we do have a vendor specifically for it. However, it is much rarer to get a legendary item off the rip. Cool. Those are all the things that we need. There we go. And contraption and hop up can both be done pretty easy. Just going to duplicate Court Charge Orb. Change this to Untrapped Shop. Actually, these do need. Hang on. I'm actually not going to duplicate them. I'm going to duplicate the weapon one. Doesn't need a relative level, and similarly, hop up is the exact same. There we go. So now, in the default constructor of drop table group, we're going to put a simple drop table entry dot with a ration, or just money. One. 10 is default. You drop 10 money. Why did I put a semicolon? Yeah, singular entry with 10 money. And then in here, we're just gonna make an array, I think. An array of drop table groups, and it's just gonna be called drop table groups. Also, you know what we should start doing with our scriptable objects, rather than making these publicly accessible? We actually start running serialized field with properties. We should just start running that. And of course, the only one in here is going to be new drop tip group. Which, just using that, it'll create a singular drop table group with 10 money. You know what else I might actually do is public int roles. Also, I'm gonna rename this to chance percent. Roles should be 1 by default. I should move these around. Yeah, then we actually need to do this setup. Group entries needs to be first, followed by original chance percent, followed by original rolls. There we go. Alright. That's all we need. And then, that defines that, and that's fine. I don't think there's anything else we need from this. So I'm just going to go ahead and make the method public. List of drop table groups. Instantiate table. Is going to return new list constructed from the internal. Which takes an enumerable collection, which tells me that it's going to add all. Can I specify capacity? I only specify capacity after or before creating it. Or before adding things to it. Oh well. It'll be fine. I will actually set this up. Hang on. Do drop table do groups dot length as its capacity, and then add range drop table groups. Oh, that's right. I need to make it a copy because the drop table groups are references. It needs to be done with like a for each. Hang on. There we go. And then return list. Awesome. Okay. Should be good to go. That should be all we need for that. Alright, let's set up entity drop table now. I'll make this, because I am in love with doing this. We'll assign a drop table. Get a private set. Easy peasy. Alright. I'm also gonna make the float or private float drop frequency. I want to drop like 6 items per second. Is how I want to set this up. Yes, we're going to be doing. I think I'll actually end up just like settling for coroutine, honestly. I usually like avoiding coroutines, but I think I could actually do it. I could get away with it here. Private bool has dropped equals false. We can set that up. I'm gonna create the method here. Public void drop items. I'm actually gonna put that into our entity health on entity death. I like that. If has dropped is true, I don't need that. I can just do if has dropped turn. Don't do anything. And I'm actually going to create a coroutine for this. The after reset has dropped to true. Set up an IE numerator. Drop items code. Did you have to set up a list of things that we need to drop though? You might even use like drop table entry and then kind of just reuse this in a way. By the way, inset entity hooks as well as clear entity hooks. I'm going to set something else such that if we don't have an entity health, we don't do this. That way I could potentially use this component on something other than an entity health. And that way, whatever logic we use here to determine what kind of drops this entity has, or how to, like, what the drops are, can be reused across other places. So I might actually set up some value, or some methods in the drop table info. Fact, let's set up some stuff. Actually, I'm gonna put this into drop table info itself. We're gonna do public static item rarity select rarity. We need to add specifically add the relevant seed to this method as a parameter. maximum being legendary by default. Should make this common. We should probably just make it so that items that are starter are treated as common, and they're added to common tables. We should probably make sure that that's set up that way. So we should probably make sure that's done here. I'm not even sure if it really needs to be its own item rarity at this point. Especially because it's only going to be used for a grand total of 3 weapons are going to use the item rarity .starter. Anyways. Minimum is equal to maximum, return minimum. If minimum is greater than maximum, which does look like you can do that. Actually, I can probably simplify this. Okay. That way it is a straight shot forward. We're going to do a for loop. Actually do int total rarities equals int maximum minus int minimum plus 1. Use that in total rarities here. I'm going to do a public static item rarity get rarity weight. Which this is going to be item rarity switch. And missing cases. Well, this isn't supposed to be item rarity, it's supposed to be int get rarity weight. Generally speaking, I believe what I want to do is It should be a 25% chance of an uncommon, 10% chance of a rare, 5% chance of a legendary, and then the rest is common, I think. So, uncommon being 25, rare being 10, legendary being 5. Also, starter should be 0. $35, $40. So common is 60. 60% common. That's about how I want that to be set up, I think. Oh, let's set up a default underscore should be 0. There we go. We do also want to do int w's. Equals a new int array of length total rarities. Int r t. Is rolling total. For each entry in total rarities, I'm going to set actually, wait, can I use wait. Aha! I can! Awesome. That should work then. We start with minimum rarity. We go up to maximum, and then we iterate. Increment. Can't believe increment works with enum. That's crazy. Alright, except we can't because we're going off of W. Shoot. Okay, man, we gotta undo that real quick. Can I do... Hang on. First of all, this is missing a semicolon. Set current rarity equals minimum plus I. Does that work? Oh my goodness, it does. Wow. Alright. actually do CW equals get rarity weight. So we set WI to CW. Actually, specifically what I want to do is RT plus CW. Right? Yeah. And RT plus equals CW. I think that's what we want to do here. Alright. That should work. So now what we do is we do int roll equals random dot range. We probably want to make sure using Unity random. So we do a small to do seed this, which is also in remarks, but oh well. And hopefully this should understand. This should be max exclusive. RT. Yes, integer max exclusive. And then we do another for loop. I believe the way this should work is if the value of WI is is greater than roll, then I think we actually just do return minimum plus I. Yep. That'll be how it does. Otherwise, return minimum. If we somehow do not get there at the end, fail save return minimum. Running total. Roll equals roll. number of rarities equals total rarities. Actually, put here turning minimum rarity. Okay. And now I'm going to create a new one down here. Public struct drop table result, which will be kind of a simplified version of this. We'll have a drop type, a rarity, and a value. It's like this. Generate a quick constructor here. And I'm going to combine all of these. In fact, actually, I've got a little trick that I want to do. I'm going to click here. I'm going to Control-Shift-Click. What do you mean? Wait. Aha, okay, here we go. Control-Alt-Click. Y'all aren't ready for this. Haha! Multi-line editing, baby! And we're going to remove each of these weights, because this is a result. Drop these from each of these lines. I'm gonna just get rid of the weights next. Wait, how many? Drop type, rarity, value equals 0. Rarity equals common. There. Perfect. Now we can start running some more stuff. We're going to create a list of drop table results. Roll table. Specify in an IE new I collection. of drop table groups. Drop table. And so it will create a drop table result. We'll want to do that after modifying the drop table elsewhere. The idea is going to be that, like, you know, each enemy of a certain type will, you know, have the default set of things that they drop, and then we'll have, like, contraptions or effects or whatever that will cause the enemy to drop more rations, or drop more money, or drop more whatever. So what we'll do is, when the enemy dies, we'll instantiate the table, have all of those status effects modify the table, then we roll table. That's why we're taking in an iCollection drop table, rather than this array, rather than a list specifically. We will roll table like this, and then we will return a list of drop table results. Here's how we do it. First things first. Create var results equals new list of drop table results. We can actually set a capacity to drop table count. We will likely not see any more results than the number of entries we have in the drop table. Most likely we will not see that. Okay. Then we'll do a for each of drop table group in drop table. For each group in the drop table. We will actually want to run a repeat. Actually, how do I do a repeat? Does it have to be a for loop to do a repeat? Hang on. C# repeat number of times. I think it has to be a for loop. Unfortunately, I think it has to be a for loop. Length should be drop table dot oh, hang on. No, it should be group dot roles. There we go. Repeat for number of roles in group. Alright. To do seeded random dot range between 0 and 100 is less than Group dot chance percent. Then we are going to add this. However, we do need to check through all of the things for it. This is gonna look a little nasty. It's gonna be a few nested things for sure, which is going to suck, but oh well. We're gonna set up another weight system. I could also have a integrated method. Hang on. I'm gonna set something up there. Hang on. Public drop table entry select entry weighted. Marks to do add seed as parameter. Sex initiative from this group randomly to as a result of drop. And then here we're going to do something similar to the way the entity drop table does it, but in fact, actually, I'm going to copy some of the code from here. Where is it? Wait, where is it? Where's select rarity? Oh, right, it's up here. I'm gonna copy this. And then we'll just have to fix this. The number should be group entries dot count, or my likely length. Yeah, okay. Rolling total, current weight. We don't want this. We actually want this to be drop table entry current entry. Actually, hang on. Let me rename this to current entry. Alt enter rename. That way we can change this to drop table entry. Cool. Int count equals group entries dot length. And then specify that here. Current entry should be set to group entries I. Current weight will be current entry weight. We do that. Cool. Then we do this. And we do count. And we return group entries I. And if we don't return anything, then return entries 0. Let's also set some guard clauses in here. If group entries is null, first of all, debug.log error bad drop table group no entries. Turn top table entry dot let's drop a small ration. Oh, great. False. So you could do int count up here. Less than or equal to 0. There. Add top table group, no entries. That'll work. Yeah, so then we can actually do results.add group.select entry weighted. Oh, hang on. This here. Use explicit type drop table entry. Because we need to actually turn this into a drop table result first. Which I'm gonna do basically just a switch on entry dot drop type. There we go. These will be easy. If it's a ration, results.add entry dot drop result dot ration entry dot value greater than 1. Yep. If it's money, do results dot add drop table result money entry dot value. Same core charge. Weapon will be a little bit more interesting. Results. Add. So this is just going to make a drop table result that says drop a weapon of this rarity. Now, the main thing that we'll need to set up is that we will still need to figure out which weapon to drop from that rarity. And that will probably be handled somewhere else down the line once we have other parts of the loot system set up. But we are just kind of setting things up for it. So it's just going to be a big old fat unimplemented exception, likely, that we fit into there. So you drop table result dot weapon. And then we'll have to run select rarity from entry dot minimum rarity, entry dot maximum rarity, and then relative level will be entry value. Probably the same for contraption, except we get to remove the value. So we need to do an extra thing there. And hop up will be similarly simple. There. We don't even need a default. Just be doing each of these. Cool. I think that actually just solves it, and then we just return results. And that's it. Awesome. And actually do a private list of drop table results, which will be null to begin with, but then we'll populate this when we drop items. So I need to start doing this more often, beginning private members with an underscore, because that's actually like what you're supposed to be doing with C#. At least that's a common industry standard. Also, I can do serialized field on this thing. And yes, this should be good. I'm also gonna go ahead and do component referencer status effect receiver. Which probably actually doesn't need to be a serialized field. I think in general... Actually, I'll let select status effect receiver. Yeah. Might end up adding some extra data to drop table info to say what type of drop table it is, in case I do want to do something that can modify a drop table that isn't from an entity health. I don't know for sure what that would be, though, so leave it like that for now. I do want to go into here and at least do the bare minimum to establish a status effect that affects loot. Status effect affects loot table. We start with a status effect receiver, and then we specify in a collection. What do you mean? Using system.collections. .generic, actually. Drop table group. I think that's what we do. Right? Drop table info is an array of drop table groups. Yeah, so that makes sense. Although, actually, let me look at iCollection real quick. I guess I have to click it on here. iCollection T. What methods do we have? We can add. Cool. That's the main thing. Add contains. Kbity is fine. As well as count and is read only. Let me actually look at iList real quick. iList does like the add and stuff. That's not much. Because the main thing I'm wondering about, technically speaking, so you can run a for each through an iCollection, right? I think that would be the more important thing, is that we could do a for each to modify a specific type of group we want to find. Yeah, returns an enumerator that iterates to a collection. Inherited from IEnumerable. Okay. So you should be able to use iCollection for that, and that should be fine. Cool. We'll specify in basically a reference to a table. We will modify this table as we see fit, which is exactly why the way this works is that we have to instantiate this drop table. So here's how it's gonna work. Here's how it's gonna work. Table equals drop table instantiate table. And then we'll then run through. Actually, let's do explicit type so we know what this is. And we're gonna run through in status effect receiver dot status effects by name. Is there a status effects by type? Probably not. I probably could set something up like that though. It's probably got to be found from the thing. Effects loop table. Using Toaststone does stats effects. That makes sense. If it affects loop table, then do affects loop table, affect loop table. Calling in this thing, and then the temporary table we've created here. We can also do if status effect receiver exists, we'll want to do this. Otherwise, we don't. It does kind of fuck it up, but it's fine. Anyway. We'll only do that if status effect receiver actually has status effects. Or if we have a status effect receiver to pull status effects from. Yeah, then we just need to roll results, I think. So we do results equals drop table. Where's that at again? I think it's actually drop table info. Roll table. Oh, hang on. This needs to be a static. Yeah, it needs to be a static, and that should work. Boom. And then all we do is win-win-win no matter what. No, that's not what I'm doing. Start coroutine. Drop items coroutine. Why are you not highlighting yellow? Maybe just because of the fact that this has an error to it. That might be it. Let's try and set something up here. Let's just set up a for loop here. Length will be results count. I think I should just run immediately a yield return. New wait for seconds. We take 1 divided by drop frequency. I should also set up some values here. Private float, drop radius. I think there's some hair in my mouse I need to fix. We can actually set that up so that we can specify that per enemy and / or object. And the idea would be that bigger enemies have a bigger drop radius. We want it to kind of drop in kind of the radius of the enemy. Okay. So then we wait for seconds, 1 divided by drop frequency. Interesting. Is that what we need for a Unity coroutine, I think? Yeah, I think so. We have Unity Engine using here, so I think it's just system.collections. Okay. Now I can go through this. Yield turning rate for seconds, and then, I might have Game Spawn Handler handle this. Let's set this up. Public static base entity item spawn drop result. Drop table result. Results. Level room status room. Vector 3 position. Quaternion rotation. First, we'll be doing this, although there's a good chance that we probably won't reach this anyways, because we're going to probably throw on unimplemented exceptions for all the items that we don't handle right now. It's probably going to be end up like that. Okay, so the main thing we want to do is, I think we just go switch on table result dot drop type. Hang on. Let's do that. There we go. Table result drop type. Now it'll auto-populate with all the types. Cool. Ration will be easy, because all we do for that is, spawn ration is large will be table result dot value greater than 1. Room, position, location. And then everything... Oh yeah, I also want to do return that specifically. Everything else is going to throw. Might be under system. Not implemented exception is what it is. Okay. Using system. Cool. In fact, we could actually probably put that into default. And I'm going to back all of these up, so it all fires into default. And then we do table result drop type. String. In fact, actually, I can run a template string. That should automatically run toString. To that point, we actually don't need that for now. So now we should be able to drop small rations using spawn drop result static member of game spawn handler. In here, I think what we want to run is game spawn handler. I actually want to like return this var item equals game spawn handler dot spawn drop result results I Oh, Entity Health doesn't have a concept of current room. Uh-huh. How about I do this? We'll have a serialized private field for this, comma, however. I'll put a tooltip here. Do not set this unless necessary. This should be actually, never mind. Do we want common objects to have an enemy status component? Because I'm starting to think the best way to set this up is to have an enemy status component on breakable objects. I think I'm gonna handle it like that, yeah. Why am I not getting the option to create a Unity message? Oh, because we do actually have a void start already. Whoops. I should go here. If entity health doesn't exist, return. We'll set our hook, and then what we'll also do is, if entity health has an enemy, then we can set our current room. What do you mean you don't have a room, either? You have an encounter manager. You know, we can probably just do fucking... current room is valid. Return that. Otherwise, set current room. Encounter manager room. Doesn't really need to be like that, but oh well. Hang on. When do we set this? Set during add enemy. Alright, hang on. For now, I'm gonna set it up like this, and then I don't need this here. I need, room. There. Kind of silly. Really doesn't need that, but oh well. For now, it'll have to be like that. There we go. Okay. Now we start handling this. Spawn drop results. Current room. We'll use transform position. Quaternion. Euler. Should put this on a new line. System. Nope, not system.random, Unity engine.random. There we go. Cool. Just like that. Finally, we have our item. Do spawn jump. Lateral radius. Drop radius. Anything else we need to do? Assign a room should be called by... No, it's not. Hang on. Game spawn handler... Spawn item in room. We do actually use room.add item, and I believe... Our sound is being present in this room. It does call item.assign to room. Cool. Okay. I've not saved any of the things. Okay. That should be it. Keyword shed. Data. Infos. Actually, let's make it loot tables. Folder. Loot. Create. Toaster gun. Infos. Drop table info. I call this drop table enemy minion. And here's our fun little editor. We have one element, drop type money. I'm actually going to change this real quick. Let's have it as a 100% chance for now, just for testing purposes. We want it to drop a ration. We want it to be a small ration. We don't care about the rarities. So I have a 100% chance to drop one ration. Actually, let's make it drop 2 rations. Or actually, fuck it. Fountain of rations off of this guy. Why not? Okay. Then we add... entity... drop table? There we go. Drop table info, enemy minion, drop radius 6, drop radius 2, current room will be set by that entity. Health, we can set that. Enemy test 2. Stats effect receiver, enemy test 2. We just have a stats effect. Cool. Awesome. Let's make him drop 5 rations then. That sounds dystopian. There's a meme to that. There's a meme to that. Which will be funny. Alright, can we make this guy drop 5 rations? You've dropped 1 ration. Also, I'm getting errors. Hang on. That's a lot of errors. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Game spawn handler, that's ES40. Only way that would be possible is, hang on, let me actually triple check. Prefabs, item prefab container. We do have the small ration item here. You're spawning a ration. Hold on. Let's triple check something. Let's pause. And go into the next room. You. Why are you selecting that? Select this guy. Enemy test 2. You have not set current room. Why have you not set current room? Oh, you know what? Hang on. I think I know what's going on here. Minor order of operations thing. So... even counter manager. You run add enemy on start. I have a feeling that enemies are running after that. Let's go look at script execution order. Yeah. So let's go and counter manager should be ran here. That actually should be ran before HUD manager. Possibly even before player status. As it stands, that's not going to be a problem in the full game because this is actually just part of a prototype system anyways. In general, the idea should be that the enemies should be added to the room as they are spawned, which means that the start method will run kind of after they're initialized properly anyways. But this is just for the between time where we've kind of instantiated these enemies at the start of the level because we're kind of prototyping anyways. So that's the main reason why that's set up like that. But hopefully, if we go ahead and pause and look... Yes, so now entity drop table has been set to room 2. So now... you are still erroring. Why are you still erroring? Assign to room. Oh, hang on. If current room and current room is not equal to them. Can't believe that wasn't being done before. I feel like there's definitely a spot somewhere else where that would have caused some issues. But, oh well. Alright, that's fixed. That... I feel like it didn't actually reload domain. Unless it did. Let's find out. Oh, well, huh. Why are they all just floating there? What is going on? Why have they all stopped? Oh, hang on a second. Hold on. Let me take a look. At the layer collision matrix. Yeah, items should not collide with items. That's why that was happening. Items should not collide with items. I don't know what I was thinking making them do that. Much better. They land just about shy of 2 meters. Probably because of the fact that they do bounce a little bit on the ground. So probably take maybe half a meter off that. And yeah, then we eat one of them. Cool, cool. Alright. Not bad. We do need to add spinning. That's a neat trick. Scripts. Entities, items. On a behavior script, item spin. News named Space Toaster Gun, even though this is a very, very generic behavior. And it's very simple. In our update method, it is dead simple. We do also want another value, which will be float speed equals. Let's go at 360. You just run handle.rotate. Zero time dot delta time times speed. 0. That's it. That's literally it. Yeah, should be it. And then I will go to our small ration item. We're going to open asset and isolation. And I'm just going to add... Actually, it's literally right there. Items. Let's use the rotate handle here. There we go. Now, we can actually preview that here. Look at that guy spinning. That's a little fast, actually. And also, I kind of want to center that a little bit better. It needs to be centered a little bit better. You run 2D, and then I have to remember how to look certain directions. How do I rotate the 2D camera again? There's a way to, I remember. Oh wait, there we go. Actually, I have to switch it to isometric. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So I select the small ration bar. So I'll move it forward a little bit. So I'm going to reset this transform. There we go. Now I can use the grid to figure it out. That should be good. I'm also going to rotate it a little bit slower. About 200, I think. Still a little fast. About 150. No, not copy property path, I want apply to pre-path. That's good. That's decent. Yay! Very cool. I like it. We don't need to use the item spin on something like the core charge orbs. I might still do... If we are going to do United States dollars for the money item, I think obviously an obvious parallel is going to be Man vs. Machine and their little money pickups. Where it's just like stacks of dollar bills, and they're, you know, bigger depending on how much money it is. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again, so I'm going to BRB, gonna run another bathroom break, and that's probably a good stopping point, but I don't know. I might still work on something else. We'll see. I'm gonna stand by. BRB. So, done this. Damn it, I keep misclicking. Set a chance, wait a chance, define an amount or level. So we do allow triggering via method. We could set something up to where enemies populate the entity drops data per rank and level, but at the moment I'm actually doing kind of pools that are in a scriptable object. We have a thing to spawn items, but we don't have all of them spawned yet. Search for entity health is subscribed to its on death event. We've done that. Integration with status effects receiver, it does that. And then data structure for each potential drop type. So we're going to put that into functionally the same. Finally got another thing that we can put there. You just need to do money and core charge orbs next. Cool. Other things we're doing. Yeah, we can work on the next things. Court charge orbs would probably be easy because I can make it a particle, and I actually probably have a couple of sprites I could potentially use for it already off the rip. I'm gonna go to my sprites, particles. So I have an idea. I think I know what I want to use. Head into here, resources, sprites. Look through here. Of course, Dropbox being kind of annoying in how it just refuses to want to load these icons properly. Got that orb that I've got. I think I have another one. I think it's this one. This shield blendable. Sprite 2D and UI. Single. Apply. Bubble particle. Call it this. And I also want to throw. What does this look like? Maybe. I'm gonna use this though. Sprite 2D UI. Single. Apply. So I got these two guys. I'm gonna come into here and create effects. Particle system. It is going to be explicitly just a particle system. Which I'm going to move the camera here and then do mute to view. It's not quite what I wanted. Let's do alignment view. And then we're in normal. I want to specifically reset reset property rotate. There we go. Okay. are all these positions? Position 0.5, so... Widget 0.75 for now. Let's design some core charge orbs. I think we are going to be setting this up in such a way that we can scale this up and down to represent different sizes of core charge orb. We'll be trying to do that. Alright. Set this up first of all with a rate over time of 1. With a start lifetime of 1. I might do something a little smarter. So let's be 0. Shape. Sphere of radius 0.01. So something like that. Want to have a size over lifetime. Except it's going to be more like this. I also want to do a color over lifetime to have it fade out at the end so that doesn't look as jank. Yeah, there we go. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm gonna come down here to render. Choose our other particle thing. But then we're actually gonna go to texture sheet animation. Select sprites. Grab you. Yeah, this is what we're looking for. Let's start this at 0.5 though. Wants to be orange. Hang on. I'll set it as small as possible. So I'm actually going to set it slightly faster. No, wait, hang on. Because I had it at 2 and 1 before, right? Which means I want to do 1.53. No. It's not how I want that to be. Hang on, I think actually what I want... I need to, first of all, not knock that over. Whoops. Ow. I scratched my knuckle. need calculator. I scratched my hand really badly. Yeah. Try 1.3. That's kind of approaching what I want it to do. That's a little bit more like it, yeah. Okay. Now we're going to add a subsystem. Why am I not seeing your shape, though? Whatever. Sphere. Radius 0.25. Mission 1. Also, I want to make sure that these are pre-warmed, actually. Yeah, we're gonna make them pre-warmed. We actually want start speed to be 1. Or sorry, 0, actually. Start size 0.1, actually. Yeah. It might need to be a little bit bigger. We'll see. Use our thing here. However, I'm going to set a texture, sprites. Use this. Like a nice bright yellow. Somewhere around there, yeah. Start lifetime, let's go with 1. That would be like 0.2. And then increase the rate to like 40. Something like that, yeah. In fact, I don't even do a loop. Ooh, yeah. Kind of like how that's coming out. Should I do a random size? Actually reduce time here. Actually, you know what? I want this to be slightly more consistent as like a core of it. And also have it be like partially transparent. Have them kind of stack up in the middle. Also, I might change the material. I'm gonna make a new particle material. Get transparent, additive, multiply. And we'll set that in there. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to see. It will end up looking slightly different depending on what kind of backdrop it has. But considering it's gonna also kind of display in front of its own little circle here, it should look pretty decent actually. So I'm gonna reduce this maximum size slightly. I think it's pretty good. Also, I think I'll probably want to do color over lifetime and have it immediately start fading. Actually, I'll want to do full transparency on you. And then increase the start lifetime, I think. There we go. That looks nice. That looks nice. This only has approximately 2 particles at a time, although that might not be counting the whole system. Yeah. That's still only 6 particles, which is not bad. And we'll have it pre-warmed, so it always comes out looking like that, which I like. Then I'm going to add some embellishments. Now, in order to add those embellishments, I'm actually going to need to do some I need to go find another sprite that I've used quite a few times. Not that. Here we go. We're going to be using Crackle Sheet Add Color this time around. Going to be Sprite to deepen the eye. We'll set it up as single because the particle system will understand it. Now, this particular side of it, we might actually have configurable. This might be one that we don't pre-warm. I might actually... No, it won't give it this. But we'll definitely need to change the shape to be a sphere. 0.5 thickness, I think. Or radius, that is. Actually, I'll make it 0.25, and then a thickness is 0.5, so it will always kind of do like 0.2. So it always kind of tend towards the outer parts of it. Yes, yes. I don't know why the scene tools is suddenly ginormous here. Texture sheet animation. Oh, that's right. If I want to grid, it actually has to be part of the material. That's fine. I'm just going to duplicate this. Particle sparkle or spark sheet. There we go. Now, if we go down to renderer, I can select that. Cool. And then it should be 4x2. There we go. We'll do FPS. Start frame, random between two constants. Granted, there's an empty slot in the last one. So probably actually want... Actually, I think it might be smart enough to understand that. Let's find out. 6 to 6. Ooh, no, it's not smart enough to figure that out. It's not smart enough to figure that out. That is flickering. Cool. We'll leave it at 1 then. And then 0 through 6 is actually the speed. I want it to be a correct kind of proportion to that. I do actually want to make sure that all of these are scaling mode hierarchy, of course. We also need to change color. Something like this, I think. Yeah. Okay. Probably actually want to do random to two constants, 0, and that. 0.1. I don't want them to be zeros, but size. I'm noticing a few of them look a little too small. Let's make them a little bit larger on average. Yeah. I like how that's coming out. This is also specifically going to be Simulation Space World. So they'll be left behind as it moves along. I like turn up the emission rate. Actually, probably won't keep it at 10 for now. How many is that creating? Really? Oh yeah, actually bump it up to 20, so it keeps 2 particles. So, the idea being, if we've set everything up correctly, we can scale this up, and it will scale it up appropriately. So use that as our behavior for that. So bigger orb means more charge. That is the basic gist of that. Yeah. I can set up some other things. I can actually go ahead and set this up. Scripts, entities, items. Let's create item core charge orb. All right. Set up a field, serialize field, public int charge amount. Get private set, actually. And then we actually need serialize fields, private transform, orb, actually call it orb particle effect. This is going to be what we scale in order to set the size. We'll also need a trail for it. But that'll probably be something we just copy from the ration, I'd imagine. Let me look at item ration, put this next to it. I do need to inherit from base entity item, which we can't see because we're not in namespace toaster gun. Base entity item. We'll need to implement the abstract on collect. And for now, I am going to go to base player abilities. We do have a core charge variable here. Have private void gain Main core charge. Out. We'll need to do some stuff in order to actually like implement it with the HUD and all that. But that'll be something to do eventually. Actually, this shouldn't be a private, it should be a public. For now, what we're going to do is int main equals now. We actually just do if actually I'm gonna do something like this. If core charge plus amount is greater than base core charge required, which I'm gonna probably do like a to-do situations in which this is different. Actually, I'll keep it this way for now, and then we'll implement how it's set up later. Actually, hang on. What do you mean? Why is this afloat? That should be an int. Why are you afloat? You should be an int. I don't want these nasty floats in my game. Here I need to put a to-do spawn refund orbs. In fact, I'm actually going to make that a parameter. So core charge equals mathf dot min base core charge required. Actually, hang on. Int max charge base core charge required, which I can put a to do here to do situations in which this like core capacitor. Or it's core capacitor is actually what it's called. Core capacitor is an item that will raise how much core charge you can store. So base core charge required, and then core charge plus amount. To do UI updates. Okay. Now we can call player dot. Or wait, we need abilities. Game core charge amount. And spawn refund orbs. Probably want resource using the engine to audio collect sound. Is that what I named an item ration? I need an audio resource. Spawn handler dot play disposable audio resource transform to position. So I don't know if I want to have a particle effect that plays on collect off the top of my head. I do also want override on can collect. And then we're gonna return player abilities core charge is less than... Actually, let's cache this real quick. Abilities of core charge is less than... you know what? I'm just gonna have to implement this. Base player abilities, there needs to be a method for this. For now, I'm gonna set this up as public int max core charge. Base core charge required. In fact, actually, I'm gonna do... Oh, for fuck's sake. Hang on. Set it to 1000. I'm just gonna have it in update ability status. Maximum core charge equals space core charge required. And I could probably throw it into some of the eye status effects things if I really need to. You can also in game core charge do that. In fact, I can actually maximum core charge, maximum core charge, maximum core charge. Should be able to get this done by the top of hour 5. Keyword should. So that's our can collect, on collect, and then I need a start. I will also need a vector 2. Size range. But I'm gonna do vector 2 int size range. Maybe vector 2 int, where I go. So this will be the size for like scale 1. Maybe, or eh. Key size value range. I have another one that'll be different. Min size 1, and then max size. $500. I'll see if actually 250. 250 would be excessive. And then size scale range. Which this is actually be a non-integer vector 2. And then the default size is like 0.5 meters. So go with 1.5 meters. Okay. So on start. Actually, base entity items. Base entity item have a start. It has an awake. Does it have a start though? It doesn't. Cool. Good. Oh, you know what? I am gonna need like a set size. Hang on. Because we did make it a private set charge amount. Alright, and then we're going to do or particle effect scale, local scale, of course. Which would do vector 2 lerp. Not vector 2 lerp, we want mathf lerp. Between size scale range dot x size scale range dot y, the value being mathf dot inverse lerp between size value range dot x size value range dot y with charge amount. We have to multiply it by a vector, of course. There we go. That should be all we need for that. And then I need to go set it up in the spawner system. Game spawn handler. First of all, item prefab container is going to need a reference to it, of course. Item core charge orb. Core charge orb. I may also have multiple prefabs of this. I might have like a secondary prefab that's for like a really large core charge orb, maybe. We'll see. We can go back to our game spawn handler. I'm gonna actually pin it, honestly. Alright. I'm going to duplicate this method for spawn ration. I'm going to name this spawn core charge orb. Int charge amount. And then we do item core charge orb prefab. Actually, I don't even need that. I could just do instance dot item prefab container core charge orb. Oh, because we need to change this to item core charge orb. There we go. I actually need to get this first. Hang on. Var item equals this. And then we need to call item dot set charge amount. Charge amount. There we go. Oops, I did not mean to select all. That's fine. Cool. Alright. Now I can set that up as part of spawn drop result. So for core charge, return spawn core charge orb. Table result dot value. Room, position, rotation. Awesome. I do actually need to set that up, though. We need to actually create that prefab. That's fine. That should just automatically handle that now, hopefully. Oh, wait, I should probably move that so that money still falls back through to the not implemented. Set your profile X out. Hi, phone getting hit. Thank you, Fredpat. I'm currently working on the toaster crash or toaster gun roguelike. Why did I forget the word roguelike for a second? I'm starting to wrap something up, which I am working a little bit, tiny bit overtime. Just wrapping up another item drop type, thankfully. So all this should be done, so I just need to make the prefab for it, I think. Let's set that up. This is the particle. Actually, I'm going to create an empty game object, which I'm going to name core charge orb. Which I'm going to kind of do game object combine with you to place it right here. Can't see it because I have that. I want to reset rotation. And parent you to that. I'm then going to reset the entire transform on that, so that is now at the base of that. I'm actually going to want to create a new thing for this. I want this to be detach effects. Apply that to you. Okay, so you are going to need, of course, a collider, which I actually can use a sphere collider on you. You should probably use 0.5. That's the largest sphere size will probably be a little bit larger than that. And that's gonna be fine. And actually, I am going to need to move all this stuff up. No, that's right. It needs to be used 5. Actually, no. Right. We're creating sort of like a drive orb, sort of like Kingdom Hearts 2 type deal, because this is gonna be for like an ultimate attack type deal. So we have that there. I actually do want to going to duplicate this. Now, it's going to be a duplicate within the thing, but I should be able to just drag that over there, and now it's not part of any sort of thing. I'm going to reset the transform on it. I'm going to change the color. That. So now it looks like this. Should be good. I'll make it slightly smaller. And that should be good. Alright, we have our sphere collider. We make sure that this is on layer item. Yeah, change children. Want to add a rigid body. Oh yeah, we also want the physics material to be item bouncy. Smaller mass. I don't think we even care about freezing rotation because it's a ball. Automatic center of mass is fine. Should find the middle of it. Okay, and then I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we need. And actually just check small ration item to find out. If you have the rigid body, we need the item script. Item behavior auto pickup as well. Alright, so item core charge orb. Oh, that's right. Effects detach also needs its own destroy effects after detachment. Which actually only, as far as I know, it's probably only going to need a reference to the trail. Because I don't think wait, let me look at that real quick. Where are you? Where are you? Destroy effects after detachment. Aha! The destroy effects after detachment does actually stop particle systems when it's detached. So I'm going to use that to stop it from playing this particle system. Cool. Also, I do actually want to set up the spark particle system on this. I want to make it so that there's also a rate over distance of like 2, 3. Target transforms, of course. Oh wait, no. Target transform is itself, or the parent is how I have that set up. Alright. Got our item core charge orbs. Now I can set these up. Consider detach on destroy to detach effects. We will shrink specifically core charge orb particle whilst collecting it. Rigid body reference. We'll go ahead and set our current room reference on this object specifically. Set those up. Your particle effect. Oh, wait, that's right. Hang on. It does actually need to be set up in a specific way. Create empty orb particle scale handle. Or actually, hang on. Collect scale handle. Oops. And I need to parent you to that. Reason being, so when we collect this, we want to scale it by this transform. However, we also, on spawn, will set the size of the orb depending on how much charge it has. That needs to be done with the transform here. That way, the scaling of the collection animation is then applied after the scaling of the size of the orb. I don't currently have a sounding use for it at the moment. And then I'll also go ahead and do item behavior auto pickup. Easy peasy. This is the item. Auto collect range. That would be a generous auto collect range, actually. Attraction speed 2. Attraction acceleration 5. I think is how we set the other one up. Well, actually, I don't have that one set up anymore. Minimum range 1. As it stands, auto collect range is 5. Okay. Do I have a sound that I could use for this real quick? Let's find out. Actually, I'm going to go here. And resources. Sounds. Probably not. I don't usually have any sort of like bubbly sounds. I think this needs like a bubbly sound. Definitely don't have it. Hang on. I'll set it up later. For now, let's turn this into a prefab so that we can reference it. This should be all we need for it. So, core charge orb. should be good to go on that. And then I go back here, item prefab container. We'll need to go back into here so I can grab the core charge orb from there. Otherwise, it doesn't like us. That should be ready to go. And then, kind of annoying that it doesn't play the particle effect when we select the root object. But it's okay. Let's go find our test enemy here. And where's your entity drop table? Oh yeah, we can actually, I forgot, it's a scriptable object. We actually edit it from here. It's added as one of the roles. So we can have a small action. Actually, we'll replace it. Do core charge of value. And then we'll have a few more. Core charge 20. Core charge 30. We'll also have another one of 100. Sometimes it'll drop a 100 on us. Okay, let's see this guy make a bunch of core charge orbs. And I did see that one go into me. He made a bunch of core charge orbs. Yay, and they're all different sizes. I'm going to restart the scene. See if he drops the 100. None of these orbs look particular. Man, they look a little suggestive, though. I might need to change how that trail looks. I'm gonna make it so that it doesn't actually fully form a tail. Not that automatically. Looks slightly better. Notice it was going down more when it was collected, which is weird. Oh, hang on, I think I know why. No, that's definitely a... Wait, no, it's not. Hang on. No, because detach effect's at 0.5. Interesting. So that one works fine. How come some of those are just going into the ground? That's weird. Let me check something real quick. Because the orb collects scale handle, that's that. Hang on. Oh, I changed the collect animation time on the thing. That's probably part of it. Let me apply 0.2 collect time on core charge orbs. That's probably part of it. Yeah, that's probably part of it. That looks a lot better. Okay. But they're still, like, kind of fading into the ether there, which is weird. I'm not sure why that's happening. Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to sit here and then hit pause. Let's see what's going on. No, yeah, they're definitely going into the ground. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's because... Wait. It's a straight line. There might be something jank going on. Oh, yeah, it's because of the fact... Hang on. I think I do actually have to... I have to freeze rotation. I do actually have to freeze rotation on that prefab. I was thinking, like, oh, they can roll around, like balls, except that does cause it to behave a little oddly. So now it's going to be more consistent, and they're not going to sink into the floor anymore. Yeah, there we go. We'll keep it like that for now. You know what else that means? You know what else that means? Hang on. I'm way over time. I don't care. I'm way over time. I don't care. I need to do this. I need to have this happen. Base player abilities. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Start dodge. On damage during dodge. Here we go. Okay. 2D implement dodge grade stuff. Okay. You ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Now, I do need some extra logic here at some point because, certain types of enemies, you should only be able to get a graze dodge off of them, or the, like, extra stuff, a certain number of times. However. Actually, I'm probably gonna do, real quick, a private int, base, core charge on graze dodge. Actually, do it like that. Let's have 50 here. And then I'm going to do... gonna make a method for this. Public virtual. I do want this to be virtual because I might want other characters to do this a little bit differently. Void. Spawn. Core charge orbs. Int amount. Int number. Int per orb equals amount divided by number. And I'm going to do a for loop. Where the length is number. Now I'm going to do amount. Minus equals per orb. So I'm going to do if I is less than number minus 1. Amount is minus equal per orb. Else per orb is going to be set to amount. So, for example, if we're spawning 3 orbs, and we want to spawn 50 total, then it's going to take 50 divided by 3, which I believe it'll truncate since it's an integer. It'll be 16. We'll spawn 2 orbs of 16, and then 1 orb of 18, I want to say, if I had to guess. I could give it a little bit more randomization, but for now this is fine enough. And I'm just going to do game spawn manager, or spawn handler, sorry. Spawn core charge orb. And I'm going to do per orb, the current value of per orb. Oh, I guess we need... No. Where's player status? Thank you. Current room. There we go. Transform position. Quaternion identity. Sager Procolbinato, how are you doing? SMT3 sample identified. I mean, that was the a song that was likely a remix of. I think that was the battle medley, the Shin Megami, the SMT battle medley song from King for Another Day, Siva Gunner tournament. You want to call me just KT by short. Just calling me K is kind of awkward. Okay, thank you. How are you? Doing alright. I am way over time, but I don't care because I wanted to make this work because it's going to be really cool. It's going to be freaking awesome looking when we pull it off. Also, hang on. I don't think spawn core charge orb does the jump, so let's make sure that we do it. Var orb equals that. Let's explicit type that. And then orb do spawn jump. For now, I'm gonna throw in a lateral radius of 2. Super cool, awesome, looking is good. Yeah, okay. Alright. I think this should be ready. If it is, I'm gonna be so happy. And then we'll finish. And then I will wrap up. It didn't work. Hang on. Oh, because I didn't call it. It would help if I called it. Spawn core charge orbs. Base grade dodge core charge. And we apparently need to alias ambiguous type using random equals union answer not random. Random dot range. Go 3 and 6. So 3, 4, and 5 is gonna be what it does. There. Now this should work. Now we'll finally get our cool, perfect dodge adjacent mechanic, right? Kind of. I dodged one of the projectiles at least. Nice! Oh, it's so good! Oh, yes! Oh, I didn't dodge that one. I dodged 2 of those. I should probably make it so that you can only do that once per dodge. I should probably only make that available once per dodge. Although I'll probably need to do some complicated things. I'm gonna take some notes. real quick. Okay. We are now spawning the orbs. However, we do need to limit orb spawning. Only play graze dodge effects once per dodge. However, we do still want to set something up. While limiting orb spawning, allow orbs to spawn if at least one instance of graze dodge in the interaction is allowed to spawn orbs. As in, if we graze dodge a enemy who is graze dodge limited, but then immediately after also technically trigger a graze dodge on a non-limited enemy, we still want to trigger orbs and effects. Alright, hopefully I understand what the fuck I mean by that gobbledygook later. But that now means I can also check off core charge orbs. They're done. They're good. They look great. I'm happy for it. that also means, yeah, the ability dodge spawns the orbs. Great. But you do still need to do orb spawning. Awesome. Which also, hang on. Bugs fixes small things. Spawn excess core charge orbs if collect orbs over cap. We need to make sure that we do that. We do have a to-do in the code to mark for that, but I do also want to make sure that it's a card. Awesome. Nice. That is definitely going to be a stopping point for today. Let me also go ahead and pull up GitHub. I keep forgetting I should not be opening that in center screen, because it could potentially... It's probably not showing anything critical. Yeah, some small item drops. Actually, I'm going to call this implement small item drops. We technically did also implement the ability for enemies to drop items. So this is kind of a generalization saying implement small item drops. There's kind of a few other things that are being done there. In fact, actually, so, like, there is part of this is, we moved disposable audio prefab out into the static, spawn manager system. And that's in there, but I'm too lazy to go and make it its own commit, so we will commit that as part of small item drops, even though that's a different feature entirely. Don't care, I'm just pushing it for now. Only other person who's working on this is Olivia, and I'm sure she'll understand. Now I need to wrap things up, find somebody to drop in on, and drop in on them, and get all comfy with them, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully that's I'm so happy with how this came out. Oh, let me move over to chat scene. I'm so happy with how that's coming out. The perfect dodge works, and it spawns the orbs. I will still need to make the actual dodge effect look a little bit nicer, but that's kind of gonna be on its own thing. And again, part of what I need to do with the graze dodge, like, visual effect, is that I actually need the player's model done. Because the way it's going to work is that it's going to have, it's going to be modeled after Nier Automata's perfect dodge system, where it has, like, the little copies of you, the little silhouettes radiating out from that position. That's what I want to do with it, I think, is kind of the idea. I could also do some other things with it, but generally speaking, that's kind of what I want to go for with it. And then obviously next I am going to want to work on a couple other of the item drops. Money is going to be an important one. Right? But in order to get money done, I need to make some models. It's probably going to be what I do for that first. I don't know if I really need to be making money right now, especially because, like, I don't have shops. I don't even know where the fuck the money is gonna go. So I need to figure out whether or not players collect money, or if money is shared between players. I may need it to be players collect money, and then you can drop money for someone else in co-op, if we ever get around to doing co-op. That's the idea, is that, like, I'm focusing on single player with this game, with leaving things open for co-op in the future, but focusing primarily on single player for release. Unless I can figure out a really good easy way of getting multiplayer working, which, you know, I could set up like a couch co-op thing, and then you can use, fuck, what's it called? Steam has its own, like, screen share, like, what's it called? Not Proton, but the thing that lets you share a game screen and also input. There's a name for that program, but whatever. But Steam has its own implementation of that, and I can implement that. I would like to have a proper thing that doesn't have that much input lag, but netcode is difficult. Netcode is hard. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and, well, let me go ahead and do plugs. Y'all can drop into those places. If I do some more work tonight, which I probably will, because I am still energy running, which is sometimes a bad thing, but I kind of do want, I'm kind of excited to work on more stuff today, it seems. I got the motivation for it, I might as well run it. I just do need to be careful of burnout, but I do know that tomorrow I have the day cut off completely, and tomorrow I am going to just flop and relax. Knowing that, I think I can allow myself to go a little bit harder tonight. I think it's fine. So I've done the plugs. Let's do Raid Browser. I think raid, if I do a custom raid message, we can absolutely do something like spawning the orbs raid. Or spawning the orbs. I'm definitely looking at follow list first and foremost. I don't feel like looking at recommendations from Twitch today. I don't think I see anybody on Gamedev right now. Other than Mig, but I'm not a fan of Mig that much. I know somebody recommended me to him before, and then, like, when we went over there, he was, like, talking up AI, and I'm not fond of that. I don't think anybody else on my list is doing Gamedev. Loop on art. Sorry on art, but so yeah, I think we will settle for. Wait, I didn't actually say someone to settle for. So Search Anna is on. There's also Skyrocket Dog. But we haven't rated Anna in a while, I think. Let me take a look here. Rated them one time in the last 30 days. We actually have rated them somewhat recently, but probably not very recently. But that's literally the only option I see here that I'm comfy with. We'll drop in. Where'd you go? There you are. Oh, you're also at 5 hours. Good chance that by the time we actually flop in there, she might be ending, but then again, she is doing this subathon, so maybe she's, you know, still going because she's doing a subathon, maybe. So, we'll do that. So our raid message is going to be, we're gonna spawn the orbs. Copy, paste, paste. Paste, copy. That's going to be our custom raid message for today. Y'all know the drill. You can use the channel point redeem to unlock that emote if you're not subscribed. It is very cheap here to use the channel points for it. Otherwise, there is the free version there, or you can simply type the "we're gonna spawn the orbs" part, as long as you are participating with us and dropping in on a friend of ours. So we're gonna do that. Sorceress Ina. Who's playing some Minecrafta brown bricks. So with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, everything in between, thank you very much for tuning into the stream. Hope to see you guys next time I'm on. Till then, skate on over and out.